Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the Parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement, the Black Business Olympics, welcomes you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, California, New York, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business.
This week, we are hosting a literary edition of the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. Our next speaker, Robert J. Woodbine, will have a fireside chat with the lovely Eartha Watts Kids. Dr. Robert J. Woodbine attended Harvard University from 1969 until 1973. As a sophomore, he was a co-director of the Hartford Radford Afro-American Cultural Center and instrumental in booking artists like Guylaine Can and The Last Poets. Mentored by Roxbury's renowned jazz musician poet Robert Ruff, Woodbine performed with Ruff on local Boston TV and radio. A member of Sonia Sanchez's year-long writers' workshop at the Conte Cullen Library in 1971, he was published in her anthology, 360 Degrees of Blackness, Coming at You under the pseudonym Cigar Ninsaid Sambe. He performed on stage with Gary Bartz in the Mount Morris Park in Harlem and the East and Far East in Brooklyn. Currently, he is an active member of Harlem Writers Guild and in 2022, Dr. Woodbine self-published his book, Canela con miel y calvos, Cinnamon with Honey and Nails, a collection of words, some true. I present to you Robert J. Woodbine.
Good evening.
Good evening. All right. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, Dr. Woodbine.
Hey, good evening, Eartha. It's a privilege and honor to be part of this presentation. Thank you for the invitation.
And thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Now, if I was to describe your work in a few words, I would say your work is culturally rich and authentic, especially the work in Canela con miel y clavos. So can you please share with us who your inspirations were and who you feel you were influenced by, and what those influences are when it wasn't necessarily another author or poet?
Well, the primary influence for my writing expression, I have to give credit to my dad. When I was 14, he introduced me to Leroy Jones, better known as Amiri Baraka, and the book, The Dead Lecturer. And at that time, I had just returned from a summer engagement in Lakeville, Connecticut at the Hotchkiss School, which is a very opulent boarding school. And it was my first opportunity to have a basis of contrast for how I was really living in Harlem at the time. You know, when you don't know, you don't know. But once I stayed there for the summer and came back, it was heartrending to come back. And at that time to see all the junkies, you know, standing in the streets on 125th Street, et cetera. I didn't have a voice with which to speak with at the time, but I felt this monumental need to solve the problem at 14 years old. So when my dad gave me that book, it gave me the opportunity to find a creative voice with which to speak with. So I would say Amiri Baraka was my main influence through my dad's introduction of his book. Thereafter was Sonia Sanchez in 1971, when I was part of the year-long writers workshop that she provided at the Conte Cullen Library. And I met other performing artists and writers, you know, through that, Askia Muhammad Touré, for example. And when I was in Boston in 1972, then it was Robert Ruff, who was a jazz musician and a writer as well. So he was really my mentor who helped me to really develop my skill at that stage anyway. So those are my influences. Aside from the personalities, just the circumstances of, you know, being Black, being a young Black man, and being sensitive enough to see what the injustices were that I personally experienced, my friends at the time did, and just our culture in general in this country. some of the things that my parents experienced, because they were from the Caribbean, from Panama, and well educated, but when they came to the U.S., they didn't have the opportunities to express themselves that way. They just had to hustle and make some money. So all of that mixture is what allowed me to feel inspired to express myself the way that I have and the way that I do in my writing.
Wow. Can you please share some of your writing so our listening audiences can get a sense of your work and your art, the way you do art?
All right. The first piece that I'll read is entitled Canela con miel y clavos, which is loosely translated as cinnamon with honey and nails. Arroz con habichuelas y pollo guisado, buen sabor de mi alma, replete with garlic mainlined into my heart. Si es Goya, tiene que ser bueno. Sofrito de mi memoria of Harlem's Grant Street projects. Después mi pan sobao y café bustelo. The doo-wop kitchens of mixed cultures, my mama's coconut rice and pigeon peas, pig feet sauce uno no. She cooked at midnight. To say it was spicy is redundant, but needs to be said again. Rum-soaked fruitcake made in twos, one for now and the other frozen for a year later, when it was even tastier. My abuelita's chicken foot soup with dumplings and yuca, or her sancocho de pescado y coco, with fish heads, green plantain, yuca, and corn, and my lemongrass tea with milk, queso blanco y pan con mantequilla before bedtime. Full circle memories of cinnamon sticks, cloves, and honey. Thank you. I have a second piece, and this is another poem. It's entitled Spoken Word. Words are power, take up space and place themselves in residency. Words come from and form memory. Memory is the root of legacy. Words matter because they create matter. They create matter. When spoken aloud, they conjure and can injure. Words are swords when you add the S of sovereignty. Spoken words need ears for meaning, need hearts for feeling. Without listening, spoken words are like unruly winds, rustling leaves, perhaps pleasant to look at, but void of substance, absent of meaning. Words are swords when you add the S of self-determination and remove the speculum oris so you can shout and scream, swear and swerve, sear and sear, scape and soar, scale past the border walls of the small-minded bearers of tiki torches, the hooded emissaries of bastardized religions who genuflect before altars of quarterly prophets. You can gumbo and rice and cassava with words spoken, cut to the quill with sharp meaning. Spoken words fall empty on bare asphalt without the savanna of real memories of your true self before the Pope Alexander's bull, before the truncated Portuguese version, the Spanish version, the Dutch Trading Company version, the French version, the British version, the Belgian version, the all-American version that the Nazis emulated, that the Afrikaners studied. Written, read, spoken, heard, the word, spirit's declaration of the word, the notion of being, not mere driftwood in the mainstream, where the emotionally illiterate and spiritually bereft heard but cannot hear, when spoken words are read and not written. Words spoken aloud slice. They sever the ties that bind. Words come from and form memory. Memory is the root of our legacy.
Wow. The musicality and the wordplay in that was phenomenal. You have more to share?
Sure. This is one of my favorites. It's Jitter the Bug for Mr. Calloway.
Okay.
Jitter the bug so you can bop to be better. Bug the jitter so you can better be the bop. Shake off the jitters to bop the bug to better be, and silk slide atop the Callaways like the Nicholas brothers do. Jive and bug out, bop your blues without the blackface. Be true to your mama's labor. Jitter the bug so you can beat a bop better. Jive your jitter and jump while you bug out, shaking off the pains that remain from the remains in the deep blue sea, in the red-soaked soils of the South, the Midwest, the North, the East, Jitter the bug so you can bop to be better. Bug the jitter to better be the bop. Shake the jitter, shake the bug to stomp. Stomp the white noise that disdains you yet cops your bop so you can't be what they are not. Bug the jitter so you can better be the bop. Jitter the bug out to be better, be the bop to be bop. Jitter the bug so you can better be the bop so you can bop so you can just be bop better. Bug the bop so you can jitter to be better. Bug the jitter so you can better be the bop. Jitter the bug so you can bop to be best.
It's one of my favorites too. It's one of my favorites too.
If there's time, I'd like to maybe read 2 more pieces.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
All right. This is Songs for My Sons. Beautifully mystic child, song muse befits you. We welcome your return. With you come blaring sounds flooding the heart with love joy. Blaring sounds blowing cobwebs, dark deep wells seeping strange juices of positive thought, solar style life. Your lungs burst unceasing coarseness cries, screaming music of brutal beauty beyond the swelling of your tremulous belly, beyond the brutal beauty of your screeching cries screaming, and your maturity understood past the smallness of your eyes, speaks quietly through eyes that stare, study. You are a cosmic baby, mystic child, not ours own. Fluidly patting moving moments to Jimmy Scott, Ayla Train Shep, Jimmy Scott, Ayla Train Shep, Jimmy Scott, Ayla Train Shep. Your blaring sounds from bursting lungs flood the mind with strange juices of positive life, solar style thought, flowing from dark deep wells of holier selves. And we welcome your return, knowing we must nurture you to flower. And the last piece I'd like to read for you is, it's not a poem, it's what's called a drabble. And a drabble is a micro short story. This is limited to no more and no less than 100 words. This is a genre that I'm fascinated with and I thoroughly enjoy trying to be creative with. This one is entitled Bedtime Story. There comes that inevitable moment many parents dread, yet no parent is ever truly adequately prepared. You know, that question. After a long autumn Saturday filled with chores as well as play, nightfall ushers in quiet repose. You look forward to sitting it down, opening your child's book to read from her favorite bedtime story. She looks up at you innocently with genuine curiosity and asks, "Mommy, where do niggas come from?" After you compose yourself enough to speak, perhaps you tell her, "Dear heart, niggas are not born. They are created in the minds and hearts of fearful people." And that's Bedtime Story.
Mm. Wow. Wow. So, Canella, well, first let me say this. You really can't sense or get a sense of how magical those words dance on a page until you read it. So I advise all those who are listening who enjoy what Dr. Woodbine has just read, please grab a copy of Canela con Miel y Clavos. And Dr. Woodbine, can you let us know your website where they can purchase directly from you?
Yes, it's www.griotwrites.com. That's GRIOTWRITES.com. And if you want to reach me by email, it's griotwrites@gmail.com.
Thank you. griotwrites.com. GRIOTWRITES.com.
Yes.
And it's at Gmail if you want to send an email.
Yes.
Now, what led you to independently publish the work as opposed to going the traditional route?
I started out my writing journey with Sonia Sanchez. And during that time, you know, you follow the traditional route of sending out your pieces to be published in this magazine or that magazine, etc. And you go through the angst of the inevitable rejections. And at that time, we didn't really have the technology that we have now. So I wanted to avail myself of not having to deal with the frustrations of being rejected and feeling confident enough in the quality of my work and the things that I had to say to self-publish. And so that was the motivator for wanting to go that route.
Right. And one thing I've learned to recognize is that when submitting your work, there is an approval process, which means that you have to meet someone else's approval. Now, art that is art does not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily mean that your art is less than if it doesn't meet someone else's approval.
Correct.
What it means is your art is your art, your stamp on your experience put into words for those who appreciate to appreciate. So, you know, you write to deliver a message that you want to relay in a way that you can relay it using your gift. So,
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Yeah, and in independently publishing, you have autonomy over the entire process.
Exactly.
You know, so you know you know, it's 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other. But I mean, who's to say the work would be as beautiful as it is now if it was in the hands of someone else to meet someone else's approval or standard for their business entity?
Well, see, I think it's important for writers to write seeking their own personal approval of what it was that they wrote. If you look, I'm also strongly influenced by jazz musicians. And, you know, famously, Miles Davis would turn his back to the audience. Because, yes, he was there to play for the audience, but he was really there playing for himself. And so it's not a matter of arrogance or selfishness. But if you believe in the quality of what it is that you've written and what you've had to say, you're open to criticism, constructive criticism, but you have the last word as to what it is that you're writing and the purpose for writing it. So a lot of the pieces that are in my book, I workshop with the Harlem Writers Guild. That's a trusted body of contemporaries who give you honest feedback. And you may not agree with what they have to say, but oftentimes the quality of what they have to say gives you pause. And if you're clear enough and strong enough about what it is that you're writing, you'll also be soft enough to say, well, you know, maybe let me second think that. And if not, then you don't. And that's where I've stood since my experience with Sonia Sanchez in the workshop. Is like, I know what I want to say. I may not have it exactly right, but I'm willing to take myself out there and say it the way that I need to say it and be self-satisfied with that. So I'm not trying to please anybody. I'm just trying to get my message out.
Right. And it's beauty. You know, it's quality work, but it's also beauty in a way that we have not seen poetry. So it's distinct. It's fascinating, and it's also it resonates. So I commend you on how you do art very specifically.
Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Now I need to ask you, with regards to art and publishing that is now being banned in certain areas of the country, namely Florida, these book bans and what I call the exclusion of elements of Black history, including the tales of racism from the school curriculum. I'm going to ask you how you feel about that and what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah. What I feel about that is that it really backfires. You know, sometimes when you go out of your way to suppress something is when you bring the light to it. And so the books that they're banning or trying to ban, they're bringing so much more attention to these books now. So that's good news. There's not always a sense of defeatism when something negative happens, sometimes it's an opportunity for the light to shine. So for me, it's symptomatic of the entrenched fear of the so-called majority group, or certain elements in that majority group, about the resilience that those of us who are in the so-called minority group have. And while I feel that it creates a certain amount of tension, I think it's all good news because of all the attention that's been brought to these books. Given the technology that we have, for example, I self-published, we just finished talking about that. I don't have the fear that maybe some people have, or even the larger concern, because I think we can take advantage of the technology. This forum that we're in today is an example of the ability to supersede those attempts. So for me, it's all positive, good news, even though it's somewhat uncomfortable and somewhat painful to maybe go through.
Right. And, the audacity of books being banned, but not guns.
Sure. It's historically those elements that are entrenched in their fear and want to control. They always go after the creative elements first, ban the books, and then try to deal with the people as well. But ultimately, this, as I see it, is not an issue of gender. It's not an issue of so-called race. It's an issue for humanity, and it's a spiritual issue of light versus dark. And in my humble opinion and experience, having looked at the history, light will always prevail. It doesn't mean that there won't be trauma along the way, but light will always prevail. And so I bank my trust in that and go through the process with eyes open. When we used to be enslaved and we used to run away, we'd meet people along the way, our journey, and they would tell us, keep your top eye open. Right. So while you're running, you keep your eyes and ears open and you keep moving. So I don't say that with a degree of just what's the word I'm looking for? Sometimes a writer has trouble finding the words, but I don't say it willy-nilly. I'll say that because I understand that bullets don't discriminate.
Right.
Yeah, they don't discriminate. So I'm not being facetious in that way. But the power of our resilience in looking at ourselves as human beings and as spiritual beings will prevail. So the book burnings, and I say book burnings because that's what they used to do in history, and the book bannings, those are temporary. Those are temporal. And I think we have enough history and we have enough technology and enough wherewithal to supersede that, in my opinion.
Now, here's a hypothetical question. 100 years from now, right? Someone stumbles across a ruin of a library in Harlem that existed 100 years earlier. They pull from the rubble a copy of Canelico Miele Clavos. They open it up, right? What would you like for them to receive from a reading of your work?
I would hope that they would be inspired to express their truth. It's my fervent belief that each of us is a story to be told. And some of us do it in dance, some of us do it musically, some of us do it with painting. You and I do it with words. But each of us is a story that needs to be expressed. And I urge every individual that's listening to this and watching this, even if you don't think that you're a writer, to write your autobiography and to tell your story. There's no one else like you. There's no one like me. There's no one else like Eartha. And we have unique experiences that should be shared that could help other people. So I hope that in that scenario, hypothetical scenario, that someone would read and understand that a lot of what I've written in that book is autobiographical. It's my wealth of experience, and that they perhaps have the opportunity to do the same.
Now, you beautifully pay homage to your ancestors, your family, extended family, your culture, and your background, and all the respective parts that make you you. What led you to do it this way, and kept you motivated throughout the process?
Well, I've always embraced, I shouldn't say always, I embrace all the parts of who I am culturally. Right? So I'm multicultural in that sense. My grandmother was Colombian. My maternal grandmother was Grenadian. My mom and dad are from Panama. I was the first one here born in the US. And when I came back from having lived in Panama as a youngster, there was a time in Harlem in the South Bronx where speaking Spanish was a deficit, especially in the Black community. So even though I spoke Spanish, I didn't want to speak Spanish because that made me vulnerable. But that time passed. And as more people from the Caribbean came and more people from Puerto Rico came, the teenagers made these alliances with each other, and you then have cultures that come together, and you have children, et cetera. So in time, I became more comfortable and less vulnerable, feeling that I could speak my Spanish out loud. So this book is a result of my accepting all parts of myself and sharing that with those that read the book. Yeah. What kept me inspired as I was writing, I cannot write. It's even though I may not put pen to paper, there's always something being written inside. And sometimes it takes years for it to actually come down to paper. And once it comes to paper, then it just flows very quickly. So I'm always writing, whether I'm actually writing or not. Because of my deep love of music, I'm always hearing the musicality of my experiences, and I'm doing my best to put that on paper as well. And most important, to then speak it out loud. I think the book is a great medium, but the most important medium is your voice, and to say it, to speak it out loud, to not be the dead lecturer, as Leroy Jones wrote, which is the book that first inspired me. And this is what we learned with Sonia in the writer's workshop at the County Cullen Library. She had us write, we workshopped, but then she took us to various venues where we actually read out loud and performed out loud. And so there were churches, there were restaurants, there were colleges that we went to, the far east, in Brooklyn. We got the opportunity to perform live on stage with various musicians. And it cemented in me the information that it's not the book, but it's the spoken word. It's saying, because words have power, not on the page so much, in my opinion, but in what you say. Right? So when you listen to someone like Martin Luther King speak, sometimes you're not even listening to the content of what he's saying, but you're feeling the force of his meaning because of the words as he says them. Someone else you listen to and you just automatically turn off, and they could be saying the most eloquent thing in the world, but the quality of their voice and their intent doesn't come across. So for me, that's the power of writing, spoken word, read out loud.
Wow. Now, it's part of this author journey, because there's a journey as a writer.
Yeah.
It's actually 3 parts. It's the writer, journey,
Mhm.
the performance piece,
Mhm.
and then there's the author journey. With respect to the other two parts of the experience, what is different about the author journey?
Writing is challenging enough. You know, you have the piece, you have the feeling, you have the ideas, and you struggle with putting them down in such a way that makes sense to you and perhaps might make sense to someone listening to it or reading it. But the author is putting all of those pieces together in such a way that if they happen to pick up the book, excuse me, the totality of what you put together in that book has a flow to it and makes sense. And that's a different journey altogether. It augments the individual experiences of just writing certain pieces and then putting the whole thing together. So that it took me, as you well know, because you helped edit the book, you edited the book rather, and designed the cover for it. It took me the better part of a year to finally put all these pieces together. And a lot of that was facilitated by our relationship with the Harlem Writers Guild and workshopping and workshopping and workshopping. So it took a lot of homework for me to not just write the piece, but to put the book together, and that's the authorship. Yeah.
Now, what advice would you give someone who's just starting out, who's looking to be a poet, spoken word artist who represents themselves with a book? What advice would you give that person?
I would say to him or her is to listen to everybody, regardless of so-called race and gender, to read as much as you can, and then to not be shy about putting down your thoughts and your feelings on paper. Do not censor yourself. Just put it out there. And then you can always go back and refine. And in the process of refining, you might end up with something totally different. You might surprise yourself that in that page with those black lines called letters and then words, there's a hidden story that you weren't even aware of. So be free, be courageous, and just let it out. Let it out. And I urge, whether you want to be a writer or not, to write, because there's a story that's unique, that needs to be told, and we need to hear about it. And then seek people who have experience that you don't have, which is what I did with you. I mean, I didn't know the first thing about putting a book together. I could figure it out, but why do that when you can tap somebody else's expertise? So tap other people's expertise that know more than you. You know how to write, and they know how to edit it, and they know perhaps how to put the book together. Right? So that would be my advice.
Thank you, Dr. Woodbine. And can you please remind us and our audiences how we can connect with you online, on social media, and how we can reach out to get a copy of Canela con Miel y Clavos?
Well, you can reach me through my website. That's www.griotwrites.com. You can also go to Amazon.com and look up the title. You'll be able to buy it there. You can get it on the website as well. And I'm at Instagram and also Twitter, or now known as X, at Griot Writes 3, I believe is what it is. Yeah. I look forward to hearing from you.
Okay. And is there anything else you would like listeners, readers to know about you and your work?
Another source of inspiration for me is my martial arts training, as well as I'm a retired naturopathic doctor and acupuncturist as well. So my interaction with human beings is also a source of what inspires me to write the way that I write. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
It's been
so
great.
much. that, Dr. Woodbine. You're amazing in all facets. Your work is especially amazing. So I look forward to hearing the pieces that you create week by week, or bi-weekly. And and you're fascinating, and I love your feedback, especially just being in your presence. I feel myself grow. So I love how with our guild and the Harlem Writers Guild, it's all symbiotic. So it's we learn from each other, and we share feedback, and sometimes that feedback can be just exactly what we need to just take our project right over, So yeah, it's a pleasure.
That would be another piece of advice for an aspiring writer, is get together with other aspiring writers to help inspire each other, and to laugh at the silliness of, that doesn't sound like it makes any sense, and you laugh about it, and you go home and you workshop that. So yeah, get together with other writers. This is what we do at the Harlem Writers Guild as well, and it's very inspiring to be a part of that.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Oh, thank you. It's we all say find your tribe, and it's sometimes finding your tribe is not as easy, especially for writers, Black writers, because I think we're, and forgive me for saying this, but I say it all the time, we're a strange breed. So even in amongst our circle, people who've known us for years, we're still almost to ourselves, because there's that part of us that's always creating, always taking in information wherever we go. So, for us to be in and amongst each other in a room where there's no judgment other than, I like that, I don't like that. It's a safe space. So I wished, and I know that our guild and our meetings can't host every writer in the world, but I do encourage those who are in their own respective parts or wherever to find a place where they're comfortable, where they can meet and they can learn and connect with other writers. Because I think
that's an important part of the growing process, of the growth process.
Right.
And having a safe space, I prefer to use the word evaluate, or constructive criticism. And you make that contract up front, and then you take off, you take the ego aside. You have to have an ego to write, but not the kind of ego that doesn't allow you to take in constructive criticism and evaluation.
Right. I think that we need to, like they say, this is my art, and I take my art serious, but I'm serious about my stuff, as Erykah Badu would say. But I find that I have to listen, and I might not like it day one, but by day 3 I'm like, well, maybe they were right. I have to sit on the information a couple of days, because sometimes day 1 I'm still in my feelings, but I need to at least assess. I need a day or 2 to assess, okay, do I agree or disagree? Is this true or not true? And if I don't think it's true, how untrue is it? I have to do a full eval and just kind of, listen and absorb, and then assess, okay, well, maybe I should change this. Well, let me see if I change it, what it looks like after I change it.
Exactly. So what's on the page is malleable, and in a safe environment, it's informed by those who care about you and care about your writing, and you have the last say about it. But with that kind of environment, you're able to change. You're able to be flexible, and you're still able to be steadfast too if you disagree, and no feelings are hurt by that, right? Because we have that contract to begin with.
Right.
It's a precious art, which is, this circles back to the book banning. You have to hold on fast to your art, because it's that powerful and that meaningful that people will come after you to ban it or ban you. And so if you don't play with it and you respect it, the pen and the sword are the same, in my opinion.
Right. And, you know, like the way I see it, books are not walking into classrooms and opening fire, you know, and they're still not banning these guns the way they're trying to ban the books, you know.
Sure.
But
that still comes out of their fear mentality.
Yeah.
You know, all of that still comes out of their fear mentality. So again, bullets don't discriminate. We have to have the courage to operate from our spiritual center rather than the mundane. Even though the mundane has its value and has its effect, you got to operate from the spiritual center, in my humble opinion, given all the years of my experience. It's everlasting. This is going to come and go. You know, my book is going to come and go, but the words that I share, the processes that I engage with other people, those will be everlasting because they have an imprint.
Right.
You know, and they help change people's attitude and change people's behavior. That's the other reason that I write and that I share what I write. It's another form of medicine, in my opinion.
Right.
But only if you have ears to hear.
Right. And it's funny, before you mentioned the word medicine, I was getting a sense of it being therapeutic.
Yeah.
You know, in the immediate thought before you actually said the word. And especially in the way that you weave culture and the intricacies of who we are as individuals all through your work. It's just woven in flawlessly, you know, in a way that it's a time capsule. And it's a fingerprint of your experience in America. And it's one that would not necessarily be captured if you weren't a writer. I would probably have to read 50 books to get that kind of sense of what you pour into these pages. So thank you for what you do, for the richness of Colombian, Panamanian culture, for reminding us what Harlem used to look like, and the irony of what those other places look like, in contrast to what we were facing in Harlem. Thank you for sharing that in your work. And thank you for allowing us to have this breakout session, Carrie.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, guys. Yes, definitely. Special thanks to you, Miss Eartha Watts Hicks, always doing a phenomenal job on the fireside chats. No questions needed from this side. Dr. Robert Woodbine, thank you very much for sharing all of your lovely information, all of your expertise. And
my pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Ashe.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? a place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential, a place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land, a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City, USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a superconnector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a superconnector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. Are you guys excited? I know I am. My name is Domo Jones, and I'm going to be your business host moderator for the evening. On what? The Black Business Network. Let's just give you a little insight on what we do here. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from, are you ready for it? North Carolina, California, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all cities all over the United States. We're doing big things in a small world, is all I'm saying. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about what? Business, right? So let's present to you our next speaker. Her name is Tiara Turner. I'm going to give you guys a little insight on who's coming up next. So Tiara is a growth mindset thought leader, passionate about creating generational wealth related to entrepreneurship, health, and education. She leads programs that help eliminate the disparity in education by providing access and exposure to resources in the community. She has infused mentoring, education, and networking in her personal and professional life. Coupled with over 20 plus years leading teams in corporate America, the team has an insatiable desire to help strategic partners achieve their highest potential. Tiara attributes her values and respect for the community to growing up in the Bronx, New York, and graduating from a HBCU. What? Come on, Miss Tiara. A strong advocate for self-care and maintaining a healthy lifestyle, Tiara and the team enjoy traveling and exploring all things entrepreneurship and generational wealth. I'm excited to see our guest. Are you excited? Well, without further ado, let's bring out Miss Tiara Turner.
Hey!
Hey, girl. Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Thank you for gracing the stage.
Of course.
And before we head out, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Tiara Turner. I am the owner and creator of the Ivy Eternal Enterprise. And at the Ivy Eternal Enterprise, we work with creatives. We work with small businesses who want to leverage pretty much their potential in their business. So we work with creatives like entrepreneurs, restaurant owners, authors, anyone, seamstresses, fashion people, and I work with them on helping their back end operations. So we do that in 3 ways. We work with these creatives on just making sure that we free up some time for them to work essentially on their business versus in their business. So we clean up and work with them on a back office operation. So everything from their CRMs, which is their customer relationship management tools. We want to make sure that they can maximize their profits, and we utilize some information technology tools. And then we work on some strategic planning. It's really important to understand what your vision is. And then we work on program execution so that they can achieve that. They can achieve those, the goals that they set forth in their strategic plan. What other questions can I ask? No? Okay. So then I will just keep going. I started to write a chapter in the book, Embrace Courage. And Embrace Courage started with me talking to a few people in the middle of a little bit of a crisis that I was having. And in this crisis, I met a publisher, and the publisher said, "Hey, write your story." So the way that I was able to write the story without being inside of myself is they said, just pick like a topic. So I picked the topic, and Embrace Courage is a topic around Luna. I created this spirit animal, and Luna, she talks about her conquests for achieving her goals, but she does it in a way that talks about her vulnerabilities in life. And her vulnerabilities in life come from her insatiable desire that just doesn't stop on achieving her next big goal. So that story that I talk about and Embrace Courage is really rooted in a catastrophic tragedy that I was unfortunately going through at the time. So please look out for how Luna embraced courage in this story. The title of it is Living with Grit and Grace, which I definitely try to live in my natural persona. And then Luna's going to have more stories to talk about. Any other questions?
Wow. So you've done have done an impressive body of accomplishments here.
I'll try.
You know, and coming out from an HBCU and just kind of getting your career kickstarted. How have those experiences led themselves into you writing and you taking on the role of writer and published now?
Yeah, going to HBCU was definitely hallmark in my life for sure. It is a place that I feel like if you're a person who identifies as a person of color, definitely having that HBCU experience as your first college experience is really paramount, because I found personally that it's one of the places where everyone really is about you. It's one place where you can feel supported, one place where you really forge these really strong natural relationships and friendships. Your teachers really care about you. And I think it's so special because I feel like there's really only one moment in time where you can do that. As soon as you graduate high school and you go to a HBCU for your undergraduate experience, not to take away from your graduate experience, but it's very different when you go to a HBCU as an undergrad. So because I was poured into and I was nurtured well, I've been able to utilize that as a strong foundation for all these other challenges that I needed to overcome in life, which leads to the story in the book. So you are definitely poured into, you are challenged, your grit, you develop some grit, or your grit is definitely tested. When you attend HBCU. So I got all that, and I really was able to leverage that in life as, quote unquote, we grow up.
Wow. Do you have a couple of pages that you can read to us?
Oh, wow. Okay. So, sure. They asked me about that, like an excerpt that I think that I might want to. I'll start with just the beginning, because I think the beginning is pretty cool. In my I don't do fashion, I'm wearing my fashion motorcycle jacket with gold buttons and zippers, creating an interesting juxtaposition suit. I stare at the words on the monitor. My manager's dress up is my dress down. I'm constantly distracted by the monotone eggshell colored cheap paint on the walls. I see an urgent 15-minute meeting request sent for today at 4:30. It's 2 p.m. already for my skip level manager CCing my manager. We would like to discuss your recommendations on the department's operational efficiencies along with your career trajectory at Drugstore Cotton Health System. I will not be defeated. 10 toes down always, I say to myself. I click the Microsoft Word icon. All I hear is click, clackety, click, click, clackety, click, click. Double tap, click, clackety, click, 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 clackety, click. 8 months later, thank you for allowing me to grow as your Chief of Staff Administrator here at Drugstore Cotton Health System. Based on your proposed agenda topics, I have reconsidered my professional and career trajectory. Please allow this to serve as my letter of resignation immediately. My inner thought was, I'm going to get you before you get me. That same red color, rust-smelling liquid pouring from my forehead is covering my fingers on the keyboard. My peripherals become a throbbing red glow again. Again, all I see is red. All I can taste is blood. And again, I like it. My right finger, pinky, hoovers over the closest key. In perfect form, I engage send, and I repeat to myself, I am Luna.
Woo. Okay. So, what motivated you to write this particular piece? And why do you feel it's really, really important? And what message would you like readers to gain from it?
What motivated me to write this particular piece was a tragedy that I was facing in my life with death. And at the time, I couldn't really see straight. It's really hard. Hindsight, they say, is 20/20. So a lot of times it's really hard for you to know how to make the right decision when you're in something. But I had to release something. So when I met the publicist, she said, you should write about it. She was talking about the tragedy, but I couldn't, because I wasn't there yet. I was still inside of it. I couldn't see through it. I didn't know what my next plan was. I didn't have an exit plan, but I still needed to release something. So she said, pick something else. So the story is through my spirit animal, Luna, the alpha wolf, the albino alpha wolf. And it's around, so I use her as my spirit animal, but I use an example of me attending grad school in healthcare, which I did go to. And I graduated top of my class, but I didn't have a lick of healthcare experience. So that's one of the challenges that I talk about in the book. The key takeaway to that specific challenge is, don't let anybody put parameters on what you want to do in your life. So just kind of keep pushing. It's very few times that people graduate from a master's level program without having experience in that specific thing. But what I did have is I had tremendous amount of transferable experience. I had a desire. And more than that, which is where you hear 10 toes down, is the grit. Being from the Bronx, going to HBCU, it's always 10 toes down. It's always kind of pushing through things. It's always, moving with grit. And as as a grown person, I now couple grit with grace. So the inspiration from this chapter really was a personal tragedy that I experienced, but I put that passion and that desire into this chapter. And then moving forward, I would love the viewers to really read about Luna's character, because this is only the beginning. This is just a precursor. It's just the beginning of the story that she wants to talk about, which will soon be written in a movie series that we want to explore Luna's character. She wants to talk about how she really got through this tragedy, promoted, that really kind of fueled and sponsored this chapter. She wants to talk about her life story, about growing up in, the 70s in the Bronx and going to HBCUs and, living life and coping with death and friends and experiences in life. So yeah, this one actually came to me. It kind of fell in my lap unexpectedly. It was a really fun, cool project to work on. So I'm super excited that I was able to work on it. But it was totally unexpected, and I had a really good time working on it.
Wow. Wow. So what is your creative process like?
Wow. See, I am in awe of, and I respect authors so much. I know you're an author. I'm not an author. So I don't know that I have a creative process. If you ask me what my process was for writing this book, I'm a writer for certain, and it would just be figuring out a way to get whatever's in you out. Like fuel your passion, keep moving, 10 toes down, just keep on going. I don't really have a process. The only process that I know is just keep moving, keep exploring things, link up with people who know more about this than you, which is really the only reason why this even saw the light of day. I was able to connect with an amazing publishing company, an amazing network, and I just told my story, and it just kind of helped me put it together. So my recommendation that has worked for me is just keep going.
Just keep going.
Just keep going.
Wow. So without reading the story and not giving any away, can you tell us about some of the motivations that's kept you going?
There were people who died for us for years and years and years ago, since slavery, who have done more with less. That's my motivation. There are women who have come before me who have died for me and our children, and they have done far more with less.
Wow. And that's a powerful realization. And it's certainly true. Now, who, as far as your work and what you do and how you do it, we always say, find your tribe. Who would you consider your network that has embraced your art and has kept you inspired?
My network.
Mm-hmm.
I would say inspiration for me comes from, like I said, people who have done more with less. And I go all the way back to Madam C.J. Walker. Mm-hmm. And I go to listening, and every time I can, I'll listen to Michelle Obama. Or so in terms of motivation, I always look to people who have done something that I like or emulate. And I say, if they can do it, I certainly can do it. So that is like, an intangible tribe, right? Mm-hmm. Beyonce is King Bey. So she is like king of the world. So if I'm at a concert or something, they are definitely inspirational. People who are close to me, my physical tribe, would be just people who I know 100%, love and support me and the work that I do, which obviously is my family. Mm-hmm. I have one really, really, really good girlfriend who I went to college with. I think she is a secret genius, and I always ask her to look over my work. because I know that she can point out some things. She'll give me some recommendations, or, so I definitely try to tap into some people that I know keep a close knit group with me who can kind of help and support. It's not that many, but for sure it helps.
Wow. Now, one thing I identify is that, and it's unique and perspective, you have the voice in your work of the executive powerhouse, as in a woman who is in charge of her future and how she chooses to go forward. Is this something that you wish to pursue in other works, in different stories, in larger stories? And in doing this very specific type of voice in your writing, how do you think younger women, as in teenagers and college women, will receive your work and benefit from it? Because we didn't have that kind of voice in fiction when we were reading books in high school.
Right.
So understanding that, what do you think younger women can take away from your type of writing?
Oh man, that's a great question. So you said big boss executive something.
Mm-hmm.
Said I think that fell into me again. I believe that it started to manifest itself as I became grown and graduating school and just working. But I think that was just like a vehicle to take what I'm made of, and who I am as a person, the grit that I have already, that I was raised with. I was raised in humble beginnings. We talked about HBCU life. So all those things kind of created me whole as I was, and then experiences through work allowed me to, the adjective that you just used for me, I can't remember it, executive boss something or another.
Powerhouse.
Powerhouse. And then I and then through professional experiences, just continuing to link up with other women, like I said, who I think are doing an amazing job, and linking up with them and holding them close in your network, and just kind of emulating those other female women executives, which are a lot. And I'll talk about younger generation in a second. But part of Luna's story and part of the Ivy Eternal Enterprise is working with creatives on achieving their goals in business. Like I said, back office operations, strategic planning, program execution. But especially since COVID, the proliferation and number of Black businesses has exploded, especially with women. Black women have really launched their own businesses and have done really, really, really well. So the work is there, the need is there, the network is there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like that has been like a vehicle for me, for the Ivy Turner Enterprise, to continue on. And in terms of things or pieces of advice that I would talk to for younger people, would just be having a strong knowledge of self and really truly working towards becoming whole and happy. My daughter always asks me, "Oh, you're so proud of what are you most proud of in life?" And I always say, I'm really proud of knowledge of self, and I like who I am. So it's one thing to kind of know yourself, but then do you like yourself? Right. So I think that being strong inside and liking kind of who you are, no matter what situation you're in, because there's hundreds of thousands of situations, hundreds of thousands of people that you'll encounter. But if you like kind of who you are, I really feel like the benefit comes after that. So my words of advice to anybody younger is just kind of tap into yourself, learn who you are, 10 toes down always, keep striving and keep moving.
Wow. Now, what is your advice to someone just starting out, whether it's their career or just starting out as a writer?
That's a good question. My advice for someone just starting out, because again, I said I don't classify myself as an author. I don't think that's smart. I feel like I'm just starting out as well in this author journey. This is my first published piece, which is an international bestseller. Because I got to this opportunity and because I became an international best-selling author, it fell in my lap. I didn't expect to write this, but I was open-minded to the opportunity. So that would be my advice to people. Be open-minded to opportunities, especially if they're unforeseen, especially if you don't anticipate them, especially, if you think that there's a little bit of risk involved. Just be open, just listen, maybe try it out, just keep moving, try it out. Before you say no and you haven't tried it, try it first. And then if it doesn't work, then and then say no. Because a lot of times I think we kind of get in our own minds and trick ourselves and thinking, something isn't going to work, but we haven't tried it yet. And so when the opportunity presented itself to me, when I was literally deep down in tragedy, I met this amazing woman who was a publicist, and she said, "Tiara, write your story." And I said, "I'm not an author. I've never written anything before. I don't." She said, "But you can write. You can tell your story. You've written 1,000 papers your whole life, so yeah, you can write. You can be an author." And so one day while I was in the thick of that tragedy, I just started writing. I just wrote everything down and I sent it to her. And then through the network and through people and through all these things, it became something. So my words of advice would definitely just be open-minded, proceed with caution, because I talk about that in the book. Proceed with caution. If it seems too risky, don't do anything that's glaringly dangerous or unsafe. But try it, investigate, proceed with caution, and you never know where you're going to end up.
Wow. Now I'm going to ask one question and then I'm going to circle back to something else.
Okay.
But as a mom, right? As a mom from the era that we came up,
right?
Understanding how there was not many books with young Black women as the protagonists in a position of doing something powerful or empowering, who are in the center of the story, not on the outside.
Right.
Yeah. Now, understanding how we came up and how difficult it was for us to see ourselves in a book, in a book.
Yeah.
How do you feel about these book bans as a mom? And what are your thoughts on it?
A mother. The book. Say more about the book bans.
Well, and in areas such as Florida, they're passing, or they have passed in the courts, some regulation regarding the restriction of certain books from public spaces, such as schools, institutions, and libraries.
Okay.
The book bans. It's called, hold on, let me get it exactly. It's called, the Anti-Woke Act is one of them.
Anti-woke?
Anti-woke. And then it's House Bill 1069, which limits the discussion of racism, gender identity, and sexual orientation. And it bans such books as books titles by Toni Morrison, Alice Walker, Sapphire, Angie Thomas's The Hate You Give, James Baldwin, J.K. Rowling, Judy Blume. These are the books that are being banned very specifically in Florida and other jurisdictions around the country. So now, understanding that when we were coming through school, we had to read whatever they assigned, write a book report on it, and none of those characters looked like us, felt like us, thought like us, but we had to identify who these people were enough to come up with some intelligent statements or conversation about who these characters were and how these characters that we did not choose impacted us in order to write these book reports.
Yeah.
So, and then we were supposed to read each and every book in its entirety.
Yeah.
To have these discussions.
Right.
So understanding what our experience was.
Yeah.
How what are your thoughts and feelings on the book bans? And they're in isolated places around the country, but seeing how that this list has expanded from 100 titles to 1,000, over 1,000 titles, I think this is something that we need to be cognizant of.
I definitely, for sure, think it's something that we need to be cognizant of. It is definitely something that needs to be continues to be on the forefront and not ignored. So we're here on the forefront, not ignored. When you talk about an era that we were raised in, the schools we went to, the books that we read, what we were expected to deliver on, master, and do really well. Of course, none of these people, stories that we read about, we can personally, not none of them, but most of them, we can't personally identify with. What I will say though is we came from those humble beginnings. That really made us who we are. So while those examples weren't there, your home life, the grit, all these things in your environment, they still poured into you and made who you are. So as a mom, my job is to still pour that self-worth and value in my children, my twins. And then it's 2024 now. The world is around the corner. It's so close. We can touch Europe, China, London. We can touch them all with a click of a button. So while the bans might be there, it still doesn't really limit things. We still have access. We still have access to a lot of, so it's not cool or great and we can't let off of it, and you still fight. And at the same time, you focus and put more energies to access to still being able to touch these people, because now we're so close. Now we have these things like the Black Business Network. We've got all different types of channel and networks, and we can easily connect with somebody that we wouldn't necessarily meet because of the World Wide Web. So
right.
It is definitely something to not ignore. We don't take pressure off. Anti-woke is hilarious to me. It's important to stay woke, obviously. But I definitely feel like a lot of parenting starts at home, and you instill in your children and your community to go out there and get what you want and utilize the resources that are available in 2024 to bring everything closer to you. Because Michelle Obama is only a book tour away. Read her books, sign up for her book tour. She's always, in circuit. A lot of our local activists that are in your local communities, they aren't that far. You can email them, you can do some things. So while our textbooks might look a little bit different, the world is vastly different.
Right. One concern that I have is, we come from a supportive family.
Right.
You went to an HBCU where you were poured into.
Right.
We're still dealing with pockets of society where the schools are underfunded and the students are not getting the support that they need and the resources that they need. And then on top of everything else, important works are being banned. So if these are the students who are already struggling with school systems that are under budgeted, under resourced, and then they're being not encouraged but discouraged from reading important works, it's almost as if they're fostering the ignorance.
Yeah, for sure. It's like it's the economy, it's the separation of the classes, where it seems as though the middle class is just dwindling down, and it's kind of like the haves everything and the haves nothing, and that middle section is really becoming more obsolete. So I agree with you. I also I experience the effects on children in schools as a result of COVID. They weren't able to go. They missed almost a year and a half, almost 2 years of, in-person education, and especially elementary school students. Can you imagine being fourth grade and trying to learn math on a computer? So especially in those underserved or kind of risky areas, it's challenging. I do know that some of the local government programs have poured resources into our local communities who have been at a disadvantage for certain. And that's why I say we don't let up on those anti-woke things. We don't ignore it. We're not letting up. We're not looking the other way. We are still trying to build up the middle class for certain through things like utilizing all the access and resources that are available.
Right. I have read this book called Be a Revolution.
Yeah.
And it's a recent release, but one thing that stuck out was she advised us to take part in the school board meetings.
Yes.
And school board elections. When those members are being elected, we need to pay attention.
Yes.
And show up. And honestly, I was always one of those people that was a general election and I'm in line to vote for the senator kind of person. But just reading her explain just how important it is to pay attention to who's being voted in as a judge and who's being voted in onto the school board. It clicked just seeing that in writing, because I would have never paid attention to that because my kids were in Catholic school.
I think that is it's a great point that you make for paying attention and being involved in that space. And at the same time, I think the space to really focus on is your house, is your home. It starts with a parent, a mom who is woke enough to know to be active in that space with the local school boards at school, being super active. So that is one avenue and one realm. I think it really starts at home, though, to be a very active and present parent, to know that, a younger male, a Black male, I worked with him, a coworker, and he was at the time 23, just a friend. But he said, we started talking about if we want to have kids, what kind of schools would our kids go to? He said, it doesn't matter what kind of school my kid goes to. And I said, why? And he said, because I am responsible for their education. I employ the school, whether you're private school, charter school, public school, it doesn't matter. I am the person who looks at the curriculum. I am the person who will look at the books. I am the person who will look at the assignments. I, along with my trusted network, will look at the content to make sure that they're getting what they need or whatever I determine as a love of education. I don't rely on and expect a school to educate my child. I'm employing you to teach my kid, what they need to be taught. And so that will always stick out for me. And so, yeah, elected school boards and positions, but I really think your presence and your action is at home with your family, with your children, to make sure that they are learning what they need to learn, whatever you decide that is, whatever your definition of education is. I feel like, that is like your cue, like your responsibility at home to kind of determine that.
Right. And that's an important point. It's at home, being mindful and being focused on what it is that's your kids are learning, what they need to learn, making sure to supplement that information if you don't see it in the curriculum, and then reaching out to the village, like you said, to further support. And it takes a village to raise a child, but that the education of your children is part of that as well. That's something that we need to kind of remember.
Yes. So when you talk about the lack of people who are in these main characters in the books, it might not be in the book that's presented in your class, but it certainly is online. It certainly is in your network. If you talk to your parents or grandparents or whoever it is that's in your village, you can get there. You can, the information is there. So I think collectively as a group, as a culture, collectively as a group, as a culture, if we stay where we need to stay lockstep, and join forces, if you will, a cliche, it's a terrible cliche, but join forces, I think, the movement is there, the opportunity to continue to be vast is there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Tierra Turner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. And Domo, thank you so much for that introduction. That was amazing.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you again for coming, and we appreciate you sharing your expertise on the show. Yes. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I love it. Thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds.
Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV,
IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Domo Jones, and I am your business moderator for the evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Owner is a global network, global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Our keynote speaker is Lisa Gilliard. Lisa worked side by side with a team of social workers for 3 years before becoming an educator. In the beginning of her career in education, she was an elementary school teacher for 8 years, having taught children in grades 1st through 3rd. Since leaving the classroom, she has held administrative positions as a Title I facilitator, during which time she returned to college and earned her education specialist degree in school leadership and administration. She also became an assistant principal at the elementary level and is currently leaving her comfort zone to be an assistant principal at the middle school level. Lisa is not only an educator, but an entrepreneur as well. She is a motivational speaker, YouTuber, content creator, and most recently, a self-published author. And she's been featured in 2 magazines. At any given moment, you can find her thanking God for another grateful opportunity to be a light in the world. She'll also be doing a fireside chat with Anisha Graves. It is my pleasure to introduce Anisha Graves. Anisha Graves has been married to her husband for 25 years. She's an educator, currently teaching kindergarten. Anisha loves all things home decor. At this stage in her life, Anisha enjoys spending as much time as possible with her family and friends, making memories full of good vibes only. I present to you Lisa Gilliard and Anisha Graves. Thank you so much for joining the Black Business Network. I appreciate all you guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, hi, Lisa.
Hi, Anitra. How's it going?
It's going good. How's it going for you?
Very well. It is so good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll just go ahead and get started, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so self-published author, tell us about your book and what inspired you to write it.
Well, I wrote a book called Kindness Confetti. It's all about teaching children, how to basically be a good human, by simply just being kind to others. There's a lot of timeless reminders in here of just simple things that you can do to be a good friend.
Mhm. That is so needed. And as a kindergarten teacher, I thank you for this wonderful work of literacy. I'm not sure what's been happening, but the students this year, and I can only speak for generally in where I teach and in my demographic area, but the kindness is more of a the me. And so, it's the sense of urgency for me, the focus on their self. So we're really learning about the kindness. We're doing more of the social emotional. And so my students love this book. So thank you.
Yay. I'm so glad that they enjoy it because it starts super early, even before children go to school. Daycare, just getting along with another child in daycare, and then when they hit K3 and K4, and then wow, K5, they're in big school,
Yes.
so it helps, with just catching them at an early age and helping them with their social skills.
Mhm. Definitely. So, putting it back on you as the author, though, can you share a bit about your writing process?
Would I share a bit about what? I'm sorry.
Your writing process.
My writing process. Well, it's kind of, I don't know, there's nothing fancy about it or anything. I mean, I don't go like and walk around the yard like 18 times and stuff, or do it backwards or whatever, or do backflips down the driveway or anything like that, or have to have a special meal or anything like that, or wear my lucky socks or anything like that. My ideas tend to come to me as like I'm driving somewhere. Or if I'm in a conversation about something so I feel like I'm self-diagnosed ADHD. So it's like something will pop into my head, from maybe a conversation that I'm having. And I have to immediately say, pause, hold that thought. I've got to write this down real quick, on my phone or whatever, and stuff to keep that idea. I have been sleeping, and have a dream about something or whatever. And as soon as I wake up, I'm like, hey, that was a pretty cool dream. Let me write that down. I might be able to incorporate that some kind of way into my book, so I don't know. And then just little experiences that I have, or big experiences that I have and stuff. I want to share that, in my next book or whatever. So like I said, I really don't have a special, ritual or anything that I go through. It's just like as it hits me, I try to get it written down as quickly as I can.
Definitely understand that. It's like wherever it hits you, you kind of just grab it, make a note of it.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so with that, can you tell us about your journey as a writer and like how your background has influenced your work?
Okay. Well, I recently shared my journey in a magazine called Bits and Pieces, just how it all started, with me wanting to write a book. I've been wanting to write a book for what seems like forever. I just didn't know what to write about and stuff. I was like, maybe I should write about my family and stuff, and then honestly, I was afraid that they might take me out or something, and and try to excommunicate me or something. Oh gosh, no, we're not that bad. We're good folks. We're good folks. But I was just, I don't know. But I did worry about, sharing something that maybe a family member didn't want to have shared and things. So I was like, nah, maybe I better not write about family or anything like that. So I got to thinking about just how much I spend time as an educator with children, and just trying to help them navigate life and navigate the waters of day-to-day conflicts and resolutions. They struggle in that area. And of course, I don't always like to blame things on COVID, but there are some things that I feel like I have to lay at the lap of COVID, that our babies lost some socialization, during that time. I mean, school got hijacked, early on in, was it 2020? And then, it was kind of unstable for the rest of the school year. And then we came back in for the next school year, just kind of staggering back in, and stuff. And then a lot of our students who truly needed to be in the classroom for that face-to-face, one-on-one type of instruction were the children who chose not to come back face-to-face. They chose to do school online. And I'm not trying to bash online learning by any means. I realize that was, in probably 95% of the cases, that was the best thing for the family, just because of even their job situations and stuff, and maybe they were going to have to be working from home as well. So it was best that everybody just stayed at home, or if there was like an illness or something in the household and they couldn't take that chance of someone getting exposed, and stuff. I mean, I really get that. However, there were some children who truly needed to be there in the school and continuing to develop their social skills. And so some of those kids weren't there to get those social skills. And so to me, it's amazing. Even earlier today, I was just thinking that how we are like 2.5 or so years removed from COVID, but I can still see some of the effects of it, even in my middle schoolers, because I think about how they were probably in 4th grade, or so when all of this was going on, or 3rd grade even, and stuff, so they missed a lot of key stuff, and the biggest piece I feel like is socialization and being around other kids and learning how to solve problems, how to work through conflict resolution. And so I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to write a book about this. I'm going to teach children how to be kind to each other and stuff, because it seems like that characteristic or that fruit of the spirit just kind of disappeared during COVID, and stuff. And I don't know if it's just that because there was such an unknown where, we didn't know what the outcome was going to be or what it was. But yeah, I blame it. I lay that in the lap of COVID. So I wanted to just write a book on it. Finally came to, hey, I need to write a book, on teaching folks how to be kind, not necessarily even just children, because there can be some adults that are reading the book to their child, and I'm hoping that they will be able to embrace some of the things that I've talked about, in the book as well. And just a quick little sidebar. So I was at a pop-up one time and I was talking to a set of parents about my book. They were buying it for their children. And I remember the dad said, hey, do you have one for the adults? And, I laughed it off and stuff, but in reality, we have some mean and rude adults, that I think could truly benefit in reading Kindness Confetti. But I'll start with the little ones and hopefully instill that into them, and they will know, going on through life what they need to do. I think I kind of got off topic there, with the question, but
No, but it was all good. It was all good. It speaks to the background, what the pandemic and everything, and how you felt that this was needed and necessary, especially as such a time as this.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you've noticed, but it seems like there's a lot of campaigning around kindness right now. It's social media. It's like, I don't know if it's just because I have a book called Kindness Confetti and maybe I'm more alert to it now or what, but it seems like there's so much stuff in social media, on commercials, just television shows, everything are talking about being kind. T-shirts all over the place, things are advertising to be kind, billboards on the street, about being kind. And so I'm like, yeah, two thumbs up.
Yeah, I see it too. It's funny you say that because it reminds me of like when you might get a certain vehicle and it's like all of a sudden every third vehicle you pass is like,
That's
oh.
it. That's it. And you've only seen 4 or 5 prior to you getting yours. But when you get yours, everybody's got one.
Right. So thinking about kindness confetti, do you have any literary influences?
Did I have any influences? Is that what your question was?
Did you hear me? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's okay. I think we froze or something there.
I
Okay.
think we
Can you repeat
did.
that question for me again about influences?
No problem. Do you have any literary influences?
Honestly, I would say I would say Dr. Seuss.
Interesting.
I know, and I know there's a lot of things out there, surrounding him and his whole backstory and things. But I'm gonna
Mhm.
tell you, I love his books. I love them because of the catchiness, that they have, and even as an adult, I still quote the Sam I Am
Mhm.
lines out of his book from Green Eggs and Ham. And one way particular is I don't like cold weather. And so
Mhm.
I tend to tell people I do not like it. I do not like cold weather, Sam I am, and then
Yeah.
they're like, aha, that's funny. You just made a reference to Dr. Seuss. Yes, I did. I think that's interesting. I think that his rhyming words and stuff were used in a way to help children learn how to read and to even have a love for reading
Mhm.
because it was funny sounding and some of the words even didn't sound like real words, and stuff, but it was
Yeah.
just repeated over and over. And I I go back to when I taught second grade and I had a little friend named Quay, and Quay was struggling to read, and Quay always wanted to read a Dr. Seuss book
Mhm.
because of the funniness of it and stuff. Even if he was just looking at the pictures and stuff and just saying some of the sight words that he had memorized and things, Quay always wanted to read to the class during reading time. And so I was like, Quay, we need to work some more on the book that you want to read,
Yeah.
before you get in front of the class. Let's
Mhm.
practice some more. And it was just like divine intervention. There was a day I was working with a small reading group, and one of the children at my table, tapped on the table and said, Miss Gilliard, Quay is reading. And I'm like, "Ugh, Quay is reading, y'all." And the whole class was like, Quay is reading. Quay is reading. Oh, yeah. It was so exciting. And it was a Dr. Seuss book.
Wow.
And he loved that book. And so, I mean, I let him take it with him at the end of second grade. Here's your book. You learn how to read this book. So I would say him. And I like a lot of stories that that teach a lesson. That it's like a moral of the story, like Recess Queen, and how Mean Jean is so mean to all the kids at the school except for this teeny tiny Katie Sue, who's the new student on the schoolyard, and she comes in and she's trying to be friends with everybody. She's new, she's about this big compared to Mean Jean. Mean Jean thinks she runs the playground, she thinks that she runs the whole classroom, the entire school, and things. And so the two of them end up teaming up. And it was like divine intervention. All of a sudden, they are friends. They're like besties and stuff. And so Katie Sue was able to balance Mean Jean out. And so
Mhm.
I like that, because to me, that presents a message to children, how to deal with bullies, even, and how they can actually help someone who feels like that they're in charge of everything all the time and when they're not. So yeah, I guess I would have to say those types of influences have been out there for me.
Okay, I love that, and that is a great segue to my next question. So, in what ways do you think that literature can contribute to discussions about social justice and racial equality?
All right. Well, specifically, I feel like
Mhm.
Kindness Confetti has several parts in here. There's 5, 6 parts to it. Like I say, that has like timeless reminders of how to walk through your daily journey, of life. There's a section called hard work pays off.
Mm-hmm.
You work hard, you expect a reward, being respectful, not arguing,
Mm-hmm.
being a good friend, and encouraging others. And I tend to think about situations where as far as like social justice, I feel like there's some things that are in the media,
Mm-hmm.
that our children are watching, where they're seeing where certain demographics of people are being treated in a different way,
Mm-hmm.
than others and stuff. There's been violence, even towards them. And I tend to feel like, if they are preloaded with some things with kindness, that are about kindness, that we can kind of, eradicate this, well, we may not eradicate it, but at least get started on it, give them an opportunity to start kind of seeing things through a different set of lens.
Mm-hmm.
My one part in particular on my story, if you will allow me to read this one section, I'd really
I was
appreciate
going
it.
to ask.
Then I can circle back to talk about how I feel like it helps with social justice.
Yes,
So
please.
this particular section, here we go, is called Be Respectful. And it says, to be respectful means to respond positively and appropriately to someone. You show respect by listening to others, by showing them kindness, and by showing that you care. Always do what you say that you'll do. That means that you'll keep your word. That's important, and it adds integrity to your characteristics. Integrity is a big word that means you are an honest person and you can be trusted.
Mm-hmm.
Always say please and thank you when appropriate. Respect yourself by eating healthy foods, fresh vegetables, and fruits. You also respect yourself by wearing appropriate clothes that do not have words or symbols that may offend your friends. Always respect authority. When your parents, teacher, principal, trusted adults, or police officers ask you to do something, do it without asking questions. Use a gentle voice whenever you want to express your concerns or opinions. If you feel uncomfortable doing what is being asked of you, tell a trusted adult immediately. Now, as far as that goes, again, back to social justice.
Yes.
Being respectful of others, where it says to respond with a kind voice, a gentle voice, excuse me, use a gentle voice whenever you can. Sometimes I experience children who, when they're in trouble for something, then they want to tell their side of the story immediately, and sometimes it's rah, 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 it wasn't me, I didn't do it, Miss Gilliard, it wasn't me, it was da, 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 and things like that. So I'm like, whoa, bring it down,
Mm-hmm.
let's talk about, calm down, number one, and now let's walk through this, discuss it, and what's happening. What happened first, then what happened after that, and stuff. So let's, number one, talk to me in a way that's respectful, so that it won't get you in any more trouble than you already are in, and things, and just thinking about it, calm down and let's get your thoughts together and tell me what happened. Not always just jump into conclusions about, or, you're not going to believe me, because you're going to believe so-and-so over me, or whatever. What makes you think that? I'm a fair person. I just need to hear all sides of the story. And so I think, again, just checking your voice, checking your body language. And again, if someone is asking you to do something that you're just flat out not comfortable with, you need to tell an adult, and you need to tell them immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to ask you to do something that I know is wrong, so, but if someone does, you need to let us know.
Love that. I love all of that. Yes. Now, in keeping with kindness confetti, and I'm aware of some of the characters that you have in the book. I love your characters. Can you share your perspective on the importance of diversity and representation in literature?
Diversity is huge for me. When
Mhm.
I was writing my book, my illustrator and I had lots of conversations about what I wanted my characters to look like, who I wanted them to represent. I wanted my book to be all inclusive. I wanted it to have Black children, white children, Latino children, Syrian children, Dominican children, people from everywhere are represented in this book. Boys, girls, children who have disabilities are represented in the book. I have a character here who is wearing a hearing device, to help him to be able to hear what the teacher is saying to him, so he can get an equal opportunity in his education as well. My illustrator and I talked about having children who have a hard time making friends, and how they may possibly, like just sit on the buddy bench, during recess because they're afraid, to step outside of their box and try to be friends with someone. They may be feeling some kind of way about themselves. And so this book talks about, like, who are some key people that you can look for to be friends with. And it's wonderful to have a diverse group of friends. Each section also has reflection questions on it. And so on one of the sections where it talks about being a good friend, one of the questions says, why is it important to have a diverse group of friends? And I just shared my story with a group of second graders Tuesday morning. And I asked that question to one of the students, and she very boldly said, it doesn't matter if my skin is tan and my best friend's skin is brown. We're still going to be friends because our heart is the same. And I was like, oh, how sweet. You know what? I got 8-year-olds that understand how this works. Why is it so hard sometimes for adults to understand how that works? And so anyway, but I just thought she had a nice little spin on her response. I like that. And also in that particular section about being a good friend, it talks about it's helpful to have a diverse group of friends because it'll help you be more easygoing and more sympathetic towards others. And again, I asked students, exactly what did they think that meant, or why did they need to have a diverse group of friends, and a couple of kids responded on that one, to say, and one I thought was so cute. She said, well, I don't want all my friends that look like me and stuff, because I want to learn about other kids and their background. And I thought, wow, that's pretty heavy, coming from a second grader, so I was like, that's what I'm looking for. And so, yeah, that was pretty cool. So anyway, back to, I think, the social justice question you were asking. I felt like that group of students really understood, like, hey, just because your skin color is a little different, it's okay. I don't need to treat you any different. I don't need to be mean to you or anything. I need to just treat you like I would treat my other friends, like how I would want you to treat me. I want you to do unto me as I'm going to do unto you. So yeah.
I love that. One thing that I've noticed as an educator of the younger children is that when we talk about diversity, the first thing that comes to mind is a different skin color. But I also take the time and am very intentional just about sharing with them that diversity, you can have the same skin color,
right?
But you can have different experiences.
Right.
You can have, so that's also an aspect of diversity as well, along with different physical strengths, challenges, and things of that nature as well. So diversity to me encompasses it's such a big umbrella.
Exactly.
And different sections that can come down. Yeah. And then that would also allow us to have a different perspective or insight.
You're so right. That even your skin color can be the same and you still have a different backstory. So yeah, different experiences. And so, yeah.
Yes, definitely. So what do you hope that the readers of Kindness Confetti take away from your book?
Well, my prayer is that they will be encouraged to be kind to others. They will be encouraged to learn from their children who are learning how to be kind to others for the adults and stuff. So I want folks to take away some, you know what? Maybe I should try that. And maybe, I can do a better job at being kind to others and having folks be kind to me as well.
I'm back.
Yay!
Just checking a little audio there. I do apologize. So did you talk about what you hope readers take away from your book?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay. Perfect.
Yay!
Do you have any?
And also, not only just some of the reflection questions, but to gosh, I lost my train of thought. Not just through the reflection questions, but for them to realize, that's really not that hard to do. Just be kind. When I
Right.
address my students in the mornings at morning assemblies, I always encourage them to empower one another, to empower themselves, and to be the rainbow in somebody's cloud. All it takes is a gentle smile, just a simple smile, because we don't know what people are going through in life as they walk through this journey. And sometimes all they need is for someone to smile at them and be like, oh, wow, there is light out there. So, yeah, I want my readers to take away all of that. Now, I'm just looking through my book here in some other sections and stuff, but I just want them to take away that thought that, it's not that hard to be kind. So let me give it a try.
Awesome. Thinking about the examples that you gave in your book, Kindness Confetti, and me knowing you as being such a kind person, do you have anything that you want to share just about your personal experiences in exuding some kindness towards others?
Pretty much my personal experiences have been just like I said, with working with children and teaching them conflict resolution. Even this morning I explained to some girls, hey, you don't have to be friends. I'm not here at this school to make you be friends with each other. I don't care if you're friends or not. But what you will do is be respectful of each other. You will not let the other person's name come out of your mouth, whether it is you're not directly talking to that person, even if you're talking to someone else. I don't need you to bring that person's name up, because then that person can go right back and tell the other person what was said about them. So you avoid all of that by just keeping the name out of your mouth altogether.
Okay, love that. Thinking of kindness, what advice would you give an aspiring African American writer?
I believe it's the Nike slogan that says, just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Come out of your shell and do it. Start writing. Get it on paper. I mean, like I said, for me, I wanted to write about my family, but I was like, maybe that won't work, or whatever. Go to plan B. Find some other things that you might want to write about. What are some things that you like a lot? What is something that's maybe going on in the world today where you feel like you could have a positive contribution to it? I'm all about positivity and inspiration and motivation. And so I wanted to write something that was going to be uplifting to folks, to remind them that, hey, trouble don't last always. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Just keep on keeping on. And I gotta say, hey, just do it. Just do it. Don't be shy. Just stick your foot in the water and go.
Okay. And could you share some insight as to being a self-published author? Like, what would they expect in that road?
So being a self-published author for me was quite a task. It was a little challenging early on. I had finally gotten all my words written. My illustrator had gotten all my illustrations taken place. You know, everything was good. All the words were on the right page with the right illustrations, and everything was great. I needed to get the book copywritten. I needed to get an ISBN and all that stuff for it. So then it was like I ran into the little the little things, you know, that could become big things and hold me up, you know, if I didn't have them in place. And so I had reached out to a publishing company, and I just kept hitting a brick wall, a brick wall, a brick wall, a brick wall. It just was not working for me. And I'm like, okay, got it. You know, I ran into issues with the formatting. I attempted 4 different people, you know, hey, can you format this for me so that it can be printed? And so tried it. It just, again, hitting brick wall right there. Nothing was working. So my school was publishing, or putting together rather, a recipe book. And so I went to the person who was in charge of that, with putting the book together. And I was like, who's printing this? Who's, you know, doing your publishing and all that stuff? And so she told me, and I was like, oh, got it. So I drove straight to that place of business that day after school, and I just unloaded all my stuff there. This is what I have. I want to get it printed, you know, and I keep hitting the brick wall with the format. And so, and I need to get it published and stuff, you know. And so they told me at the company, it was like, well, we can publish it. We can format it, excuse me. We can definitely format it for you, and we can publish it too, if you'd like.
Okay.
What? Yes. Okay, let's do this. So we sat down, pulled up a chair, sat down, and started going through everything, what I wanted it to look like, the size that I wanted the book to be, and everything. You know, I wanted it landscape. I did not want it portrait. I wanted it landscape, not going this way. And so I got boxed in with some other publishing companies with just stuff like that, you know, where I couldn't have it formatted in the way I wanted it to actually open up, the book to open up. Couldn't have this many pictures on the page, couldn't, you know, and it was like, I want my photos on those pages, you know, to make my book be successful. And so anyway, we sat down, and when I tell you, but God, it was a but God moment right there, because when they started looking through my stuff, it was like, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. And we can do that too. And what about if we do this? Oh yeah, that works for me. It was a little pricier on the front end, but at the end of the day, when I'm selling my books, I don't have to share my proceeds with a company. And so that was great for me. And so yeah, that was my journey of going through self-publishing. So if anybody else is out there struggling and stuff, you know, self-publish, and it's all good.
Got you. And with keeping on the business side of it, you want to share any experiences about your marketing since you are self-published?
Marketing is going well. I actually got a contact from you, from a young lady who was able to set up my website, which is absolutely amazing. Go check me out at smilewithme2023.com. 2023 is very important to me because that is when Kindness Confetti was birthed. It came to life in 2023. So that's why I have that in there. But go check us out. Scroll through the website. You can order the book on there. I don't know if you had asked me about that or not, but you can order it on my website. They're $10, and then there's tax and a small shipping and handling fee. on there if you order from the website. So yeah, I do a lot of pop-ups. Check the website to see where I'm going to be at. I am also working on getting some marketing together with being in the grocery stores, and it's authors in grocery stores. So I am excited about that. We're just kind of waiting for all of that to be finalized.
Well, thank you so much, Miss Lisa, for gracing the stage. I definitely do appreciate it. Can you tell us really quick where they can find you?
Yes. Smile with Me 2023 is SMILEWITH2023.com. SmileWithMe2023.com is where you can find me, my book, all kinds of stuff. I also have a YouTube channel that's called Smile With Me, and it's all about positivity and inspiration as well. And Anitra has one too. She has a YouTube channel too, so y'all have to check her out.
Thank you. Miss Anitra, can you let us know where they can find you?
Yes, my YouTube channel is Be Encouraged with Nitra. So that, and it's all together, no spaces. Be Encouraged with NITRA.
Thank you guys so much for coming on and sharing your expertise. And genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, Donna.
Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank all our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. And they are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. And as always, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
It's your time to ignite and take flight in every area of your life with the new Ignite and Take Flight Planner 2024. It's time for you to seize the year with your great new planner. You see, this planner is designed for every entrepreneur to pursue strategic planning that cultivates leadership, accountability, gratitude, and leads to your ultimate success in life and in work. With sections that help you with your project management, habit tracking, resources, and coupon pages that are second to none that empower each entrepreneur to make their mark, get noticed, and take charge. Reach the pinnacle of success like never before through effective planning. So get your Ignite and Take Flight Planner 2024. It's time for you to ignite your future.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
passion has been around helping communities of color and historically underrepresented and underserved communities, minority, rural, veterans, persons who are differently abled, in the intersection of education, innovation, technology, industry, and let's throw some entrepreneurship in there just for fun. See more around innovation, incubators, accelerators. I love the idea of going from innovation to commercialization.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people want ask me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Domo Jones, and I am going to be your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Our next speaker is Portia Mystique Steele. Portia Mystique Steele is an award-winning book coach, TEDx speaker, author, and CEO of Mystique Rose Publishing Services. As one of the youngest Black female self-publishing experts, she helps high-performing CEOs combine their story and wisdom to publish highly impactful books to generate income, influence, and expand their thoughts on leadership. When she's not publishing books, she tutors middle school and high school students on creative and essay writing. She has been featured in multiple publications, including The Business Insider, CEO Weekly, US Reporter, and so much more. Without further ado, I present to you Portia Mystique Steele.
Thank you, Damo. That was a dope introduction.
You're so very welcome, and thank you so much for being on the Black Business Network.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited.
Yes, and as always, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. You know a little bit about me, but this isn't about me. This is about you. And today we're going to take a look at the power of Black stories in business. Now, let me just start with a quick question. When I say the term businessman or woman, what pops into your mind? I bet you we saw the same thing. Truth be told, 9 times out of 10, when somebody says businessman, we typically see a white businessman. When somebody says a businesswoman, typically we see a white businesswoman. It's neither right nor wrong. It really just is a fact. I want to throw some statistics at you. Are you guys ready? Now, if you have pen and paper, I want you to write this down because we're going to do a little bit of math. Just a little bit. No need to get scared. All right. Let's take a look at this. In 2021, Zippia said that for business owners, 67% of business owners were white. 15.5% were Hispanic or Latino. 6.4% were Asian, and 6.3% were Black or African American. Now, we are in the Black Business Expo, and this is the Black Business Olympics Literary Edition. So I want us to really get clear on what we're talking about here. According to Zippia, only 6.3% of business owners in the US are currently operating. Now, I'm going to say something kind of radical. I believe these statistics are inaccurate. Why? Why do I believe that? Well, I'll get to that in a second, but I will say that I believe it's due to the limited voices that we have in this space. It's a long-standing belief that Black business owners are created through entertainment. Let's just break that down for a second, right? When you think of Black business owners, 9 times out of 10, we think about people who started in the entertainment industry and became business people afterwards. Jay-Z, Serena Williams, Rihanna, Oprah Winfrey. These are people who were in entertainment in some shape or form, whether it's through music, sports, television, whatever. They started in that space and became massive business owners after. And that's what many people believe, of all races throughout the world. But we usually know that to not be true. I mean, Madam C.J. Walker, Damon Johnson. And yet somehow mainstream refuses to acknowledge that truth, that Black business owners are not always created out of entertainment. Here's the biggest problem. Now, according to that Zippia statistic, and get your pens and pencils ready. I need you guys to write down these numbers. We're going to calculate. They said that 783,183 businesses were operated in the United States as of 2021. So let's just say 780,000. 780,000 businesses operating in the United States. Now remember, 6.3% are Black owned. So if we do a little math, that means that out of that 780,000, only 49,340 business owners are operated or majorly operated by Black owners. Let's do that percentage one more time. 780,000 businesses, 49,000 are Black. However, if you research that figure as a standalone number, if you just went to Google or any research or statistic place or platform, and you say how many businesses are owned by Black people, Black Americans, you're going to get a number anywhere between 140,000 and 170,000. And that's for 2021. So going back to that Zippia statistic, they are claiming that only 49,000 Black business owners are currently active. But if you search it as a standalone comment, you get 140,000. That's 100,000 people not calculated for. 100,000 Black business owners not being taken into account. So why the huge jump? Now, I believe that, yeah, we could blame the inaccuracies in data collection. I mean, at the end of the day, it really isn't an exact science. But I think outside of the inaccuracies in data collection, the issue really isn't how the data is collected, but from whom. In that pool of 780,000 business owners, it is highly likely that our voices were simply not loud enough. And despite what many people say, and you may not be happy with what I'm about to say, we are the ones stifling our own voices. We are bearing our own stories. I'm gonna give you some more statistics, right? I hope you're following me. If you're watching this live, go ahead, drop it in the comments for wherever you are watching this. Let me know that you are following me. Let's jump into another statistic. In 2020, right after the pandemic, there were 10,700 Black authors published publicly. 10,700 Black authors. Now, only a small percentage of that were authors who wrote business books, right? Those books that help us with business development, they help us with financial stability, they help us with mindset stuff. Out of those 10,700, only a small percentage, less than 3%, wrote business books. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a problem. Now, you see, our stories, yours, mine, and every other entrepreneur that you know of, our stories and our expertise is the key to educating and inspiring business leaders and entrepreneurs of future generations. I'm going to say that one more time. If you haven't written this down, do that. Our stories here and our expertise here is the key to educating and inspiring business leaders and entrepreneurs of future generations. And yet, we don't share them. We have all of these stories about how we got to be where we are in our businesses. We have all of this expertise and knowledge that we have collected from the industries that we are in, and yet we don't share them. Well, in today's conversation, I'm going to break down two things for you. Number one, I'm going to talk about what happens when Black leaders actually share their stories in business. And number two, I'm going to share how you can craft your story and use it in business in only 4 simple steps. So let's start with that first one, right? What happens when Black leaders share their stories in business? Now, as I mentioned, in that 10,700 pool of Black authors who published their books publicly, only a small percentage wrote business books. So if I told you to think right now, go ahead, just close your eyes and think, who do you know that's a Black business owner that wrote a book that was globally impactful? Go ahead, I'll give you a second. Drop it in the chat if you want to. Write it down in your notebook or just say it out loud. Who do you know that is a Black business owner that wrote a globally impactful business book? We could probably count them on our fingers. But what I did was I chose 3 that had true impact. And I'm going to start with Chris Gardner. Now, many of you know Chris Gardner the same way I found out about him, which wasn't through a book. It was through a movie, The Pursuit of Happiness. Now, The Pursuit of Happiness was actually a book, and it was one of the most profound stories of our generation about resilience and triumph. We all know it. And that book was so incredibly impactful. That story was so incredibly impactful that it was able to touch the lives, the hearts, and the businesses of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of individuals around the globe. Talk about impact. Can you imagine what that would be like if you were in that position? If you were a Chris Gardner who had such an incredible story, who had such profound knowledge about a particular subject, your area of expertise, and you shared it in a way that allowed you to write a best-selling book, and that book went on to create a movie that would win a number of awards. Profound impact. I got another example for you. I mentioned him earlier, Damon Johnson. Power Shift. Power Shift. Now, raise your hand if you've read that book, Power Shift. I'm not seeing any messages in the chat, but we're going to keep going. I'm sorry, I said Damon Johnson. I meant Damon John. Damon John, we all know him as the creator of FUBU. He wrote the book Power Shift, preparing for opportunities and maximizing your potential. That was what his book was able to do for people. To be able to go beyond their current mindset and prepare themselves to be able to collect opportunities. And then once they've gotten those opportunities, how to maximize them and optimize them for better performance. Those are the books that last with entrepreneurs forever. Almost every Black business owner has that book on their shelf. Why? Because Damon tells his story in that book. And he shares his wisdom in that book. And he does it in a way that helps you get whatever it was you were missing for yourself and your life. And then he makes it real for you. That is powerful impact. What about Rachel Rodgers? I guarantee so many of you were like, yep, definitely Rachel Rodgers when I told you to think of an author. We should all be millionaires. We should all be millionaires was on the New York Times bestselling list for I honestly don't know how many weeks, right? But it is a really profound, powerful, and impactful book. And what does she do? What did Rachel Rodgers do? She helps people, specifically women, achieve financial success. The way she talks about money in that book really gave us the ability to see that, wow, financial stability, financial security really is within reach. Right? I see in the chat, somebody said the color purple. That's another one, but that's not business. We're talking about business books, right? So yeah, we should all be millionaires, Power Shift, and The Pursuit of Happiness. These are all powerful books that left a true mark on the world. And not even just Black business owners, but the world as a whole. So what makes them different from the several other Black authors who wrote books? I mean, we know of many. What is the difference? Now we could say, oh, well, they have the platform, you know? They're already famous when they wrote their books, but not everybody. But the thing that they did that really sets them apart was that they didn't just fill their books with pages or fill the pages of their books with a bunch of tips and how to fill a check, how to, I don't know, invest in property, how to get into real estate. Just every single page is just tips and how-tos. That is a textbook, and textbooks can be boring. So instead of giving you a textbook, they did something much more powerful. They combined their story and they combined their wisdom, and they delivered a 1-2 punch of impact. And that's exactly what you need to do. Deliver a 1-2 punch of impact. You need that story and you need that wisdom, and they must go together. Now, that is the importance of having amazing, incredible Black books for us, for our business owners, our entrepreneurs, and the future generations yet to come. Now, let's get into how you can craft your story and how to use it in your business. Because I don't want you to think that this is unattainable. Just because you have incredible people like Damon John and Rachel Rogers, it doesn't matter. Their platforms are really great, but you still have access to the same level of impact that they generated. You can do that for you and your audience. It is not unattainable. And I'm going to walk you through how to do that. Now, as I mentioned to you, I have 4 steps on how you can craft your story and use your book in your business. Now, let's talk about the story. Your story is your business's greatest asset. I'm going to say that again. If you haven't written it down, write that down. Your story is your business's greatest asset. Why? Because only you have it. It is the most unique thing about you and your business. No one has your story. No one has experienced life the way you've experienced life. No one has met the exact same people that got you to where you are. No one has met those same people in the same order that you did and gotten the same impact that you did. Your story is your business's greatest asset. Mine included. So as I stand here right now, I am in Southern California, but for the last 4 years, I've been living in Nigeria. Now, I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so how in the world did I do that? And I am not Nigerian. Well, here's what happened. See, when I was at home, living with my parents and doing the best that I can to survive in a household that frankly was quite oppressive, I did my best to find a way to continue on. And so I did what most young adults do. I went online. As I got online, I found myself on a language exchange site. And that is where I met a guy from Nigeria. And it was kind of crazy. I was scared. You know, all the stereotypes are out there about Nigerians and scams and stuff like that. But you know, this guy looked incredible. And he was interested in me. So I was like, let's chat. And that's exactly what we did. Fast forward 5 years later, he and I were chatting back and forth in secret. No one knew. We kept it a secret. And then at the end of those 5 years, I told him, you know, let me just come and see you in person. He said, okay. And I said, all right. So I hopped on a flight and I flew to Nigeria just to see if we would click in person. When I got there, he proposed to me. The same day that I arrived, he had dropped down to one knee and asked me to be his wife. And I said, yes. We got married 3 months later, and I had never left until just a few weeks ago. While I was in Nigeria, I had to discover myself because living at home in that house, I had no idea who I was, no idea what I wanted. And my only form of escape was by reading stories online. Now, I did dabble in editing. I got a few mentors. I took a few courses, all in secret at night while the house was sleeping. But I wasn't living up to my potential. So when I moved to Nigeria and I became a wife, I had to discover who was I as a woman, who was I as a Black woman, and who was I as the wife of a Nigerian man. It was difficult, but I found out who I was. And I realized that my craft of being able to tell stories and being able to unlock stories for other people could take me pretty far. And that's how I formed my company, Mystique Rose Publishing. And it was through that company that allowed me to work with over 100 authors from all around the world. And I was able to train them how to unlock their stories, take their wisdom, put it into a book, and then leverage that book in their business to expand their thought leadership. That's how I realized that my story was my greatest asset. Anytime I step on stage and I tell that story, I realize that I have created a connection. See, now you watching this right now, you now know me. You see me. That authenticity and that real relationship that I have just created between you and I, it is there. And it's unshakable. And I want you to be able to do the same thing with your story. Using your story and using your expertise, I want you to create that unshakable relationship between you and whoever you meet, whether you meet in person or virtually like we're meeting right now. Use your story. Now, the other thing that I was able to do while in Nigeria is I learned the business of independent publishing, high-end independent publishing. And that's how I wrote my book, The CEO Author. And I'll explain that in a second. But upon release of that book, I was able to earn $30,000 in revenue from that one book. Sounds crazy, I know, but I'm going to explain exactly how I did that and how you can do the same thing. But that $30,000 in revenue also translated into hundreds of lives being impacted by the book that I wrote, all because I did the same thing that people like Rachel Rogers, Chris Gardner, and Damon John did in their book, combining your story and your wisdom. So let's go through those 4 steps. I'm going to walk you through those 4 steps to how you can craft your story and use it in your business. And then I'm going to quickly end with how to earn $30,000 in revenue with your book, whether you've published it already or not. Wherever you are in your journey as an author, understand that it is okay. You're exactly where you should be. You're just going to use the information that I'm about to give you to move the needle. Step number 1, understand your audience. The funny thing is, people write books thinking it is about them and only them. Well, the fact of the matter is, whether you like it or not, your book is never about you. Even if you share your story, it's not about what you get out of it. If you're writing your book for yourself, guess what? You've already lost the game. You are writing for your audience. So you have to understand them. So I want you to ask a very simple question. Write this down. What is their problem? The world's most impactful books are simply solutions to the problems that people have. One more time. The world's most impactful books are simply solutions to the problems that people have. If you can get clear on what that problem is, you'll be able to touch the reader right where they need you to. You'll be able to reach them exactly where they need to be reached. So what is their problem? What is it that they're struggling with? And you want to make sure that that problem is potent, present, and painful. The 3 Ps are absolutely essential. If you can make sure that the problem is potent, present, and painful, you'll be able to address that and give them exactly what they need. So that's step number 1. Understand your audience. What is their problem? Step number 2, think of a personal story that you have where you experienced a problem that's similar to theirs. So when we talk about writing a book and sharing your story has to have a purpose. Or as Les Brown says it, every story has a point and every point has a story. You need to make sure that your story has a point. Why are you sharing this? Well, the best way to know that is to say, does this story speak to the problem that my readers are having? So I'm sure that in your area of expertise, then the people that you are helping, you've probably experienced something similar to what they have experienced, right? So find that story. Go back, do what you got to do. Go through the journals that you wrote, go through the pictures and the text messages, dig through your life and find that story that speaks to the problems that your readers are having. That's step 2. Step 3, present the solution. When you know what your readers are dealing with, when that problem is clear as day for you, remember, you're the expert. You have the solution to that problem. Your job is to present it to them. Give them the solution that they're looking for. Solve that problem for them. So how do you do that? One of the easiest ways to present a solution is by creating a framework. It's always easy because your readers will be able to follow it without a problem. For example, I just told you the 3 Ps, the 3P problem: painful, present, and potent. That is a framework that I can use to help my readers who are struggling with finding problems, right? So you can create a framework out of the knowledge that you have and present it to your readers. I love frameworks, whether they're alliterative, like the 3 Ps, or maybe they're an acronym. I worked with a client, their acronym was NAILS. She's a nail technician, and she wrote a book about how to start a nail business for private or individual nail technicians, and she used the acronym NAILS, NAILS. My TEDx coach, Elaine Powell, she uses the THINK methodology. It is a framework that she uses to help people get inside their heads, get out of their heads, get into the heads of their audience, and really speak to them. That THINK methodology is something that is easy for her clients, including me, to remember. So create your framework and present the solution. And then number 4, combine them both in the book. You have your personal story that speaks to the problems that your readers have. You have the solution, right? The solution is your area of expertise. You have that framework. Put them together in a book, and you get that 1-2 punch of impact. Your readers are going to have everything they need to do 3 things. Number 1, understand the knowledge that you are giving them. Number 2, have that knowledge stick with them. And number 3, see you as the go-to expert. Boom. Talk about growing your business. When people can really see your expertise in action, you are always and forever credible to them. They are never going to question your expertise because you've proven to them that you truly are an expert. And that's what the book is all about. So let's quickly go through those steps one more time. Step 1, understand your audience. What's the problem? Step 2, get your story that relates to that problem. Step 3, present the solution, create your framework. And step 4, combine them both in a book. That's how you craft your story. Now let's talk about using it in a business, right? Because at the end of the day, we need money, right? So here's how we do that. How did I earn $30,000 in revenue? Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say something that sounds really crazy, but trust me, there are over 13 ways to monetize your book. 13 ways to monetize your book. Now, the best way that I monetized my book that got me $30,000 in revenue. Well, first thing I had to do was realize a very simple fact. Every person who reads my book should become a client. There is not a single person on this planet that should read my book and walk away with not having worked with me. It needs to be the same for you. If you write a book for your business, every person who reads your book should become a client. They should work with you in one capacity or another. Right? That's going to help you increase your revenue, not just from book sales, but from new clients, from new business, from the referrals, the whole shebang. There are 13 ways to monetize your book, and understand that your book is not just a simple product. Your book is an asset for your business. You need to use it as such, whether you use it as a part of your funnel, or you use it inside of your programs. For those of you who are coaches, your book should be required reading for your programs. Make it mandatory. It is essential. And that's exactly what I did. I launched my book with a summit. Yeah, that's right. I turned my book, The CEO Author, into a summit. Now, that summit was a virtual summit, and it was free with the upsell for VIP. But the people who joined that summit, they bought my book. I sold 70 books that day, and I got 5 clients. Each client was priced at anywhere between $2,000 to $10,000. $30,000 in revenue in that one day. I want you to be able to do the same thing. Now, I'm going to wrap it up here. I think I'm reaching the end of my time. I'm not sure, actually. Folks, how do I... No. Anyways, we're just going to keep it going. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how you can learn more about how to write your book, how to leverage your book, get it out there into the world. You want to go ahead and get your copy of the CEO Author, the Business Owner's Guide to Expanding Your Thought Leadership with the Book. I wrote this book and I published it on May 6th, my mama's birthday, and I released it on August 19th. By September 19th, I had reached my $30,000 in revenue, and it has gone way beyond that as I continue to speak on stages using this book to make sure that my event organizers buy copies of it, giving it out, doing the whole shebang, podcasting, everything. You got to do it all. You have to do it all. Right? So get your copy of the CEO Author. You can just go ahead and Google it, or you could Google my name. You see it on the screen right here to get your copy. Now, understand this. Inside this book, there are 11 chapters. At the end of each chapter, there are action steps. So as you pick up this book and you read it, I want you to work in it. Work with it. This isn't just information for you to take and go on your merry way. I want you to receive this information, begin to work on it so you can apply it into your life. And most importantly, into your business. Because remember, at the end of the day, you need to leverage your book in your business. So 11 chapters. It is a quick read. It's only 100 pages. And I made sure that it gave you everything you needed, from how to understand the big promise, which you'll understand what that is when you read, how to understand who you are as an author, how to use your book to get on stages, and how to actually write the book. I know writing the book is quite difficult for some people. Just take a breath. It's okay. Get your copy of this book, The CEO Author, The Business Owner's Guide to Expanding Your Thought Leadership with the Book, and see in I believe it's chapter 10. Chapter 10, it walks you through how to actually get the writing process done without hitting those roadblocks or getting all messed up, right? So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you guys so much for watching. Again, my name is Portia Mystique Steele, independent book publishing expert, TEDx speaker, CEO of Mystique Rose Publishing Services. If you want to reach me, you can always text me. Yeah, just shoot me a text. My number is 901-205-9804. Or you could reach me on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, the whole shebang at Portia Mystique, or you go to my website at www.portiasteele.com. We are still live, so I'm just going to keep winging this. I believe I should be rounding up. And I'm just going to double check. Anyways, you guys are still with me. Listen, I'm going to give you a challenge since we're here, right? We just got to do what we got to do. You and I, we are still together, so I'm going to challenge you to do something. You ready? If you're scared, don't be. It's not a big deal. All right, listen. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to find me on LinkedIn. My name is Portia Mystique Steele. Just go ahead, type this in, put it on LinkedIn. Then I want you to send me a DM, a direct message of where you are in your author's journey, and then answer this question. What problems do your readers have? Remember, that is the big one. What problems do your readers have? It is essential. It is important. If you can't get clear on that problem, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. You won't be able to get to that next level. So go ahead, put in my name on LinkedIn, send me a DM. I want you to let me know where you are in your author's journey, and then go ahead and put in what problem your readers are having. Now, if you do not have a LinkedIn account, you can do the same thing on Facebook or Instagram. So that's your challenge. I want you guys to do that. Now, the other thing you want to make sure you do is just get started. So many of us have all of these obstacles and reasons and justifications for not getting started. They say 93% of adults want to write books and only 3% actually do it. How crazy is that? 93% want to write books and only 3% actually do it. That's because we give ourselves reasons to not do something. We say, oh, well, I wanted to, but. Oh, well, I was going to, but. Well, I have this on my plate and that on my plate, so. Get rid of all of those buts and so's and just step into it. Get it done. Because you do not want to be here next year, exactly where you are, telling people, I'm thinking about writing a book. Or anytime somebody says, I've written a book, and you think to yourself, I want to, but there's nothing worse than having this great idea for a book and not actually being able to create it. That space of creation is absolutely important. So get out of your own way and write that book. All right, so I'm pretty sure I'm done. Or I think we're going over time. Yay, Damo, hi.
Hey, thank you so much for coming on the Black Business Network and sharing your expertise. You were amazing.
Thank you. That was so fun.
And one more time, can you let people know where they can find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, at Portia Mystique. Just spell it like it's spelled on the screen here. Or you can just go to portiasteele.com. All of my socials are there.
Awesome. Thank you again so much for coming on Black Business Network. And as always, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We definitely do appreciate it. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. And they are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in to the Black Business Expo. And as always, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.